flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the hero nerds all need to meet. With glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing, no evil plot will keep him lazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
All right, let's get some music going. That was loud. Oh, it's coming out of my TV, that's why. Still kind of drowning me out a little bit, isn't it? How's that? Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty good. We'll try one more. There we go. Alright, so I'm just taking notes over here. I want to check something actually. I want to see if I can do this. Page style. Can I do this? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually curious if I'd be able to change this to a darker color, because I don't like the harshness of the white. So is there like document properties somewhere? Properties. No, not that. Now I'm curious. Window? Tools? I feel like it would be here, right? Edit style. Hold on, let me look this up. Let's go. Format, page style, area, and color. Let's try that. Apply. Okay, so it is that. Nice. Yeah, and this'll work well. I kind of like this look. So let's actually go back in here and make sure there's no like border or anything on there. Area. It looks good. Looks fine. We'll go with it. Keep everything nice and dark. Although if I can match this color, that'd be kind of fun. Let's see. Not manage styles. Whoops. Format, page style. K color chooser? Okay, yeah, no. Here it is. That's kind of cool. I'm going to pin this. And let's pick screen color. I want to match... this here. And let's grab that X value and paste it in here. Apply. Okay. Sweet. Now I've got my notes. This is fantastic. Okay, let's go. What? Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that and leave it there. Okay, so I already did all of this yesterday, and I'm really just trying to hammer everything down. So this time I'm going through one more time, and I'm even taking notes, so that way once I get into the actual practice of it, it's going to come a little bit easier for me. And I could be wasting a lot of time by doing this, but I just want to feel confident in it, you know? Let me make sure this is all working. It's not. Let's try again. Settings. Let's refresh. And try this one more time. Why would this not be working? Also, I guess I can move this now. Let's get lurk bait back up. And just make sure it reconnects okay. All right, now let's try one more time. Okay, there it is. Now we're working. The finished fish. That's good. Which of these would increase the health of the robot? Select all that apply. Increase the health. It'd be this. Health equals health plus amount. It'd be that as well. Yep. So I want to, really quick, without even looking at anything, I want to try this. In our game, the main character has a certain amount of health. When it gets hit, the health should go down by an average amount by a varying amount of damage. Add the take damage function so it subtracts the amount to the predefined health variable. Okay. There we go. Continue. It's time to heal the robot up to full health. Oh, this gotta do this every single time. I feel like I'm gonna be a really bad coder because I always forget that. There we go. Okay, let's see. As we've seen, Godot has functions that do certain actions. For example, the show and hide functions change the visibility of things. We can also create our own functions to make custom effects like adding or removing health to a character. Great. Delta. All you need to know is that the function exists in your code and it's called precisely process. Then Godot will automatically run it every frame. Let's make it red. All right, how often does the process function run? Multiple times a second. To do this, add the rotate. And move local functions to process. Okay. So I can add, like say I wanted a guy to go like this. I could add that as a process in a game, in a given scene whenever a script is loaded. Interesting. Study maxing, you know it. We'd love to see it. Does he fish? Oh yeah, check out this this catch I got yesterday. $1,046 gold from a single cast. It's pretty good. You know it. Holy indeed. Have you been streaming at all recently, by the way? When was the last time you streamed? Wednesday? Okay. How's editing been going? Okay. Yeah, I understand Delta. Delta makes sense here. You finished the video? Is it uploaded? Oh. Can I watch it on stream? Imagine. Mario Kart Wii embrace the chaos? Dude, your last video had 856 views. That's pretty good. He's got a picture of himself in the thumbnail. What a handsome fellow. All right, here we go. Here it is.
Hey guys, remember how in 2008 there was that whole big financial crisis
We gotta pause this.
or whatever? People were losing their houses, their jobs, divorces were rampant. Well, I've been trying to figure out why exactly that whole thing happened, and I think I might have the answer. You see, that very same year, Mario Kart Wii came out. The sixth installment in the series, Mario Kart Wii, came out in April of 2008 and managed to sell over 37 million copies in its lifetime, which, if you didn't know, is a lot. Just to show you the scale of that number, it's about this many. No more, no less. In fact, 37 million is enough to place as the 21st best-selling game of all time.
Wait, that's so many?
I know you're
Hold
thinking.
on.
No more, no less. The sixth installment in the series, Mario Kart Wii, came out in April of 2008 and managed to sell over 37 million copies in its lifetime, which, if you didn't know, is a lot. Just to show you the scale of that number, it's about this many. No more, no less.
How did you hold that many in your
37 million
hand?
is enough to place it as the
That's
21st
crazy.
best-selling game of all time. I know what you're thinking. That makes it old enough to gamble. And no, that's not how that works, but I like where your head's at. We'll get back to that. Anyway, in the grand old year of 2008, my mom went to the store and picked up a fresh copy of Mario Kart Wii for the Nintendo Wii. Hell, I still have that very same copy, and what the hell happened to you? Where's Luigi? What? There's a note in here.
Oh.
What?
What is it?
A Wii wheel? What happened? Oh
That's insane that you did that.
Where were we? That's right, Mario Kart Wii and gambling. Two sides of the same coin.
Now,
Every 5 seconds.
wait, did you just
spin
sit
the
on your
wheel to
couch
see whether or not you
soaking
win
wet?
big or lose it all, and it's awesome. Now, why is it all a gamble? Well, it's due to what I
Or did
always
you
call
you
the
just
first
got
of
your
the
hair wet?
3 pillars of any Mario Kart game. The
Insane.
items. Probably the most important pillar of them all. The items are what make Mario Kart Mario Kart.
Okay.
And Mario Kart Wii is no slouch in that department. Bringing back fan favorites such as the banana, triple bananas, and red banana, as well as new favorites such as the green banana, blue banana, and purple banana. Huh? What's up? There's no red banana, no green, blue, or purple either. I'm thinking of Donkey Kong 64 for the Nintendo 64. Bullshit.
Oh,
Mario Kart Wii returned with
I think
every
I
item
think
that
what
was
would
in
have been
Mario.
good here, instead of music. I mean, I guess like a little bit of
I'm thinking
jingle in the background
of
would have been
Donkey
cool.
Kong.
But I think here, like typing noises would have been good, and then like a click sound whenever you clicked on something. Yeah, keyboard sounds. Yeah.
Mario Kart Wii
The silence
returned
is
with
pretty
nearly
good, though.
every item that was in Mario Kart DS, with only one.
It's
missing.
definitely not. It's not like a
Oh,
missed
is it character
opportunity
now?
or anything.
Okay, sure, we can go
It's
with
still
that.
chill.
Mario Kart Wii returned with every item that was in Mario Kart DS, with the addition of 3 new ones never before seen: the Mega Mushroom, Pow Block, and the Thundercloud.
Oh.
Starting from the top, the Mega Mushroom does exactly what you think it would. It makes you big. It's an item you can get from 4th to 8th place, and I think it shines perfectly there. When you use it, you're able to take shortcuts, crush your opponents, or if you save it long enough, you can use it to dodge a blue shell or nullify the effects of lightning. You can still get hit by stars and bullet bills, so it has a weakness, but I think it's a great item to find in the middle of the pack. The Power Block is an alright item. It's pretty much a weaker lightning. When it's used, everyone in front of the user will be hit by the POW in 3 seconds and lose all their items and speed. However, there's a counterplay to it. If you do a trick right before it hits you, you'll still lose your items, but you can keep your speed, or even better, is to get hit while you're in the air. There are some situations where the POW does some serious damage, but they're few and far between. Then we got the most controversial item in any Mario Kart game to date. You either hate it or you love it, the good old Thundercloud. The only item in this series that actively harms you. When you get the Thundercloud, you have about 10 seconds to pass it off to someone before it goes.
How do you
and
feel about the
zaps you.
Thundercloud?
I love the Thundercloud. It's essentially just adding gambling to Mario Kart.
Wait,
Should I
what do
get
you?
an item box?
What
if
do you
it's the
mean it took
Thundercloud?
you so long to get this footage? Didn't you? Don't you have like 100,000 hours of footage for this game?
If it is, can I toss him off to someone else? Why does he look at me like that? Does he enjoy it? Is he challenging me? Do I enjoy it? Do I look at him the same way? Anyway, I don't get why people don't like him.
Oh,
Never mind, I get it.
fair enough.
The item balancing in Mario Kart Wii is
I think
frankly
that's-
insane.
I think
If
that's
you ever
still
heard of the
fine
term
though.
getting Mario Karted, there's a pretty high likelihood whoever said it was referring to this game specifically.
I don't think it would have taken away
It's
from
not
the
uncommon
story.
to have your whole
It
race
still
crumble on
proves the
last
point,
lap, which you can
right?
usually thank the blue shells for. Moving on, that leads us to what I call the second pillar of any Mario Kart game, the tracks. For most people, me included, this is the most memorable part of any Mario Kart. And the reason for that is simple. They do a phenomenal job at theming these tracks and making
Sean?
them memorable. Mario Kart Wii boasts 32 tracks, 16
Yeah,
new and 16
yeah.
retro
But I guess
tracks.
you got to play
And
some
each
Mario
of them
Kart
has something
Wii.
you can call its
so.
own. For example, you've got Hell, 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 and Hell. Jokes aside, this game has some of the most memorable tracks in the entire series. Hell.
Wait,
6 tracks, and making them memorable. Mario Kart Wii boasts 32 tracks, 16 new and 16 retro tracks. And each of them has something that you can call its own. For example, you've got Hell, 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 and Hell. Jokes aside, this game has some of the most memorable tracks in the entire series. Tracks like Maple
Wait,
Tree
there's only
Way, Coconut Mall,
5?
Rainbow Road, and Luigi Circuit.
There's
are
only
all-time
5
classics
Hell
that I don't think
tracks in the
anyone
game?
could ever forget. You know
feel
what?
like there's
While we're
more.
here, why don't we try a few races? We'll get to see some
feel
of the
like there's
most
more.
memorable tracks in action. Let's just do random. It's Mario Kart. You mean you gotta pick Mario, right? He's the main man. Like, why wouldn't you? That cart looks cool, sure. Let's see what track we start with.
You went for a Mario run?
Oh, Mario Circuit 3. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of this one, but it's a staple in its own right. Can't be too mad about it.
You hate to see it. Last place.
Peach Beach, this was a classic. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Hold. He's just driving. Just doing his thing. Nothing crazy is gonna happen, right? Oh. Wait, stop?
Huh.
Where's he? Is that a lake?
You know what? Let's just go through the new tracks. Starting off with the Mushroom Cup, it's Luigi Circuit. Home of everyone's favorite cheap blimp. I don't know who this Luigi guy is, but it seems like he's got a pretty big ego problem. Overall, this track's alright. Simple, but effective. Next up, we have Moo Moo Meadows. Now this is a great track. Taking place on a quaint little farm that's growing Monty moles like they're vegetables. I don't know what these things are, but they look like they're friends of Monty, so they're friends of mine. Mushroom Gorge has you bouncing around on mushrooms, but
Yeah, what the hell are
they
those?
can be so
You know?
inconsistent. Sometimes you just fly off for no good reason and you die. Toad's Factory has some of the best music in the game. I do wonder why Toad is tossing item boxes into the waters, but it can't be that important.
Oh.
With the Flower Cup, we have none other than Mario Circuit. Now Coconut Mall, this is a track that everyone loves, except for me. Now I don't
One
hate
day.
it or anything.
One day you'll
and I
figure it out.
understand why
You
everyone
should
loves
keep
it.
that going, by the way.
theming is
You
awesome.
should keep
and
the
music
lore
gets
going.
stuck in your head for hours. The only reason I'm not the biggest fan of this track is because whenever I played this game with my sisters, the only track they would pick is Coconut Mall. And one man can only play so much Coconut Mall before getting tired of it. DK Summit is my favorite track in the game. I just love any
DK
snow
Summit?
track, and DK Summit is no exception. Nothing feels better
Go
than
to try.
driving down the slopes at a breakneck speed while doing tricks off ramps, bumps, and half pipes. It's the kind of track that I can really just get into a flow and enjoy the whole way down. Warriors Gold Mine has some of the biggest OSHA violations in gaming. From houses being built into the side of the cliff, to bat-infested caves and broken scaffolding that leads the racers onto minecart tracks.
Wait, I had no
It's all
idea that was a
extremely
shortcut.
dangerous oversight and a serious risk to everyone's health. Not to mention all the smog that's being created here. I have no idea
That's
how Wario
insane.
got his track through inspection, but it's a great time, so I can't complain too much. On to the Star Cup, Daisy Circuit is a cute little track that I used to hate as a kid. Like, what do you mean bumping into a few damn cones makes you lose all the momentum you've ever had in your life? It's like they have cement blocks in them. Why do they stop me? I don't get it. Seriously, please someone figure out the answer to this. I don't know what to do here. Now, Koopa Cape is a fun one. Going down this massive water slide into a tube that lets you drive underwater blew my mind as a kid. Being able to see all the different kind of fish
Will you
and
mind as
other
a
things
kid?
that are underwater
Still blows my mind.
is awesome. In my mind, Maple Treeway is by far the most memorable track from this game, and probably my second favorite overall. The atmosphere is great, and the track itself is fun to drive. There's tons of sharp turns full of danger, wigglers abound, and there's a cannon. Who doesn't love a cannon? It's truly a track that will keep you engaged from start to end. Then we have Grumble Volcano. This track rules. Having to dodge meteors, fire snakes, and a track that's crumbling underneath you makes you feel like you're zooming through an active volcano, and you just need to go as fast as you can to make sure you don't get cooked to death. And finally, we have the Special Cup. Starting off with Dry Ruins, it's alright. It's a pretty standard desert track, and it doesn't do anything too crazy. I will say the amount of times that I've been going off the end ramp and a bat whacks me and throws
Can you
me to
use
the
the same
side
clip?
is
Hold on.
active ears. We have Grumble. It's truly a track that will keep you engaged from start to end. Then we have Grumble Volcano. This track rules. Having to dodge meteors, fire snakes, and a track that's crumbling underneath you makes you feel like you're zooming through an active volcano.
hate to see it?
And you just need to go as fast as you can to make sure you don't
You hate
get
to see
cooked
it?
to death. And finally, we have the Special Cup. Starting off with Dry Ruins, it's alright. It's a pretty standard desert track, and it doesn't
is a
do anything
goated
too
clip.
crazy. I will say the amount of times that I've been going off the end ramp and a bat whacks me and throws me to the side is more than it should be. Now for Moonview Highway. I'm not personally a big fan of the tracks that have cars driving through them, but Moonview Highway is just fun to drive around in. Now Mario Kart Wii's Bowser Castle is great. You start by going through a wavy path into a sharp corner, and then have to dodge the giant Bowser machine spitting fireballs to the center of his giant half pipe. Why he has it, I don't know, but I like it. It's a great lead up to the final track of the game, Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road. This is the quintessential Rainbow
It is the
Road
best
in my
Rainbow
eyes.
Road.
By far
100%.
the hardest track in the game. The home of jumps you can barely make with a mushroom, hairpin turns you need to be ready for, and boost pads that'll launch you right off the map if you aren't already turning. This track is hard, but so satisfying to play, and the music is just a delight. There will never be a time when I'm not cracking a smile just listening to it. The tracks in this game are great. And while there are a few that aren't too memorable, I think the ones that are vastly outnumber them.
True.
And with that, we can get to our final pillar of every Mario Kart game, the customization. Mario Kart Wii had the highest character count to date, 26 total characters, with some cool new additions like
That's a lot of
Rosalina,
characters.
Funky Kong, and me.
You don't
That's
really
right,
need
you
any
can
more.
play as me in
you
this
know?
game. And why wouldn't you want to? I mean, look at me.
Like this is the perfect length game. Oh,
In addition to characters, this game also look at me.
hold on. Hold. Hold. Wait for it. There's our guy. There he is. Who might this be? Okay. All right, we'll continue.
In addition to characters, this game also has a great variety of carts and bikes to
Who could
choose
it be?
from the Baby Stroller and Dolphin Dasher
That's
to
what
the
I'm saying.
Piranha Prowler and iconic Cheap Charger. Based on the infamous Cheap Cheap Blimp from Luigi Circuit, there is something for everyone. To me, Mario Kart Wii is Mario Kart at its best. It's a chaotic mess where you never truly know who's going to take home the trophy, but you'll have fun driving the road to find out. And I think that's wonderful.
Oh.
It also led to the creation of the Wii Wii.
What?
And I think that's wonderful. It also led to the creation of the Wii Wii. I wonder the creation of the Wii Wii.
You had so much water in your mouth.
The Wii Wii.
That's insane. Was it? That's crazy. Good video. Goated video. I'm for it. Heck yeah. Wait, who gave you feedback? Are you cheating on me? The comments? Hold on. Hold on, we go back. Oh. Goated comments. We love to see it. You would never? You better not. I hate this chair. I need to get a new chair. Alright, we're back. I have Delta. It should be Delta 2 or multiplied by Delta? No? Or is it not just this? It's not just this. Yeah, no. So I have to do this. I'm pretty sure. No? Is it within the parentheses 2 times delta? Within the parentheses? I don't think that's it. Maybe. Oh, it is. You see how fast it was spinning though? That was crazy. He's gonna get sick. I saved him. He's good. Not to worry. In this practice, make the robot move in a smooth circle using delta. Robot should rotate 2 radians per second and move 100 pixels per second forward. So let's see, move local x delta. Okay. So this should be rotate 2 times delta. And then I also want it to do move local x. And then this should be 100 times delta, no? There we go. He's spinning at a normal speed now. Okay, we'll go back through here. Easier to follow and understand at a glance. It's how fast the character rotates. Submit. Yeah, so it's just, this is just talking about assigning variable names. I think within the variable I can multiply by delta 2. So that way every time I use that value, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Rotate angular speed times delta. Okay. Yeah, and the variables within the function, that's fine. Both. We use stats? This guy's insane. Alright. Let's give the 4 here a label so we know what it does. Replace the 4 with angular underscore speed. Okay. Actually, I want to make this outside of the function. Where angular underscore speed equals 4. This should be correct, and then I need to change this to say easy. I'm gonna stay here though. Set it to 1000. Look at him go. Set it to 1,000,000. Look at how fast he's going. I don't think he can go any faster. That's insane. It's trying to keep up. Hold on, what if we change this to insane? Is there something wrong with the code here? Can you see what it is? Run the code and read the error. Correct code so it works as intended. Angular speed isn't declared in the current scope. It's because that's within this. So I need to go here. And go there. In previous lessons, we decrease and increase a character's health, but there was no limit to how much health they could have. So now we want to set limits. So suppose our character has 100 health. If we called 25 damage 5 times, negative 25. So if statements. Okay, so this is all if statements. And if is gonna go here. And I'm gonna jot this as red. You have to be speed at least 120 to be fast? Or over 100? That's insane. I feel like 100 is pretty fast. Not gonna lie. Alright, we'll do this. If health is greater than 5. This is just math. Less than equal to. Not equal to. Oh, this should be 2 equals. And this should be exclamation point equals. $200? No way. That's insane. I would never. Also, I'm just saying, if this stream were to pop off and I was to average like 15 viewers for the entirety of the stream, I might be able to be an affiliate. I'm just saying. Just 15. Just 15. You know? We'll see. We have a heal function that adds an amount to the character's health. Add to the function so the character's health is never greater than 80. Okay. So I want this if statement to be if health is greater than or equal to 180. Right. Colon. I just made a note on that. Health limit is not too low. Wait a minute. Health takes different values. Oh, this should be less than or equal to. There we go. Wait, no? Oh, and then I also want to add another if statement. This is an inefficient way of doing it. Let's do... I can do a second if statement to solve this. Greater than or equal to 80. There we go. When the robot takes damage, its health can be negative. We might want to display the health number on screen like in Japanese RPGs. Just Japanese RPGs? What if I made one? Huh? That's... Is it a Japanese RPG then? I don't know. I'm going to stop at 0 instead. Calling the function should replace health by amount. If health goes below 0, set it to 0 again. If health is less than or equal to 0, this if statement should be here. And then I need my colon at the end, health equals 0. We find a health variable to keep track of the level of the robot. It starts at level 1. The graph? Insane. The other graph? Because it's multiplied? What's the value of damage? $15. What's the value of damage now? Power times level, 2. Power is 3 times level, 5. 3 times 5. But then you multiply it by 2, it's 30. Okay, let's see if I can just do it. Let's make the robot stronger when it levels up. Add to the level up function so it does the following. Increases max health by 10%. Oh, this should be underscore. Max health is not the correct value? Oh. There we go. Continue. 3 or more, we want it to take a lot less damage. Okay, so this is like the first thing that tripped me up the first time I went through this. So let's see. Health 100, max health equals 100. Take damage amount, health minus amount. If health is less than 0, health equals 0. Let's add an if statement here. Wait a minute. I want to add it before. So I'm going to go boop. If level greater than two. Wait, if level is less than 2, or less than, yeah, greater than 2, times 0.5. Else, and I want to do that. Else, health, oh, I'm gonna indent that. There we go. And this should be what is this? Expected at end of line in reducing damage. Line 9, column 1. Is it not? We need that. Okay, let's reset. Let's take a look at this again. Health is less than 0. Health equals 0. Yeah, level greater than. I think I can do this here. Damage or amount is not the correct value because I didn't. Oh. Rake damage. Rake damage? Okay, it's not declared in the current scope. So it should be amount. Okay, I've got to sit here and figure this one out. Let's reset it again. If the robot's level is greater than 2, reduce the damage amount by 50%. So if I did this, level is greater than 2. Okay, that did the opposite. If I change this to say amount, two equals? No. Level is greater than 2. What the heck? So it was listening to this value change when I had it say health. So if I have this say health So if I do this, if I do this, level is less than 3, that does it. I wonder what the solution was that it wanted me to use. So if level is greater than 2, amount... times, yeah. It accomplishes the exact same thing, just different code. Okay, that's fine. Suppose we want to increase the size of the robot. All right, we got to fish real quick. 2D vectors. I went through this the second time yesterday. I think I have a good understanding of them. Add a line to the code level up functions so they, let's see, how do I get? A triggerfish? Nice 100 gold. Not too bad. Add a line of code to the level up function to increase the scale of the robot by vector 2 every time it levels up. I don't even... Do I need to write vector 2 in there, I wonder? I'm sure I do. Create a function named reset robot. That sets the scale and the position of the robot. Yeah, I'm not sure if I need to use vector 2. Or if it's smart enough to just recognize that. It is, okay. Or it is not. It didn't actually do anything, which is, I find, kind of funny. All right. Moving to the end of the board. While cell Y. Um, Oh, this should be -1 too. Yeah. This time use a for loop in the move to bottom function to have it move to the bottom of the board. The board size is determined by the vector2 variable named board size. Yeah. So and what was it? It was board size dot y. Right. Okay, and then -1. Board size dot y. Oh, I had it in my notes here. Well, I figured it out though. So I'd be able to code that functionality, which is cool. This one I did figure out yesterday, but it was kind of challenging. I think I want to do this. I think I have to do that. Can I just do 3? No. Oh, range is 3. Range is where I put 3. Number in range, 3. Nice.
Wolfware Div is now following.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Wolfware Dev. Yeah, I think Godot is really cool. I know a lot of the talk right now is with like Unreal Engine and Unity, but I think Godot is honestly a lot more user friendly. Personally, it seems like that anyway. Because I've tried using Unity, and it's just like you have to install so many different things, whereas Godot is just this super lightweight. You don't even run an installer, right? So it's just this super lightweight thing, and so yeah, I'm all for Godot. Okay, using the arrays to follow the path. Yeah. I remember doing this. So this was the turtle wants to meet the robot, but it cannot find it on its own. So turtle path, vector, 2, let's call it 1, 0, and then we'll do a comma, vector 2, 2, 1, 1, and then I want to copy all of this. I hate that. I don't know why that keeps popping up for me to click every single time I hit paste. It's really annoying. I need to figure out what that is and why it's doing that. I think it's only in this application too. So 1 1, 2 1, 3 1, 4 1, 5 1, and then I want to copy and paste this guy. Okay. 5 2, 5 3. There we go. In this tactical game, so I need to select the units, so I'm just doing that all over again. Let's do this, vector 2, and it should, there is actually one in 5.1, that's fun. Need a space here. This should be 1 0. Or 0 4. And then this one's 4 3. Oh, I have a weird. Ah. Unit cell for 2? Oh, whoops. 4 2. Okay. Zero 3. 0 3. I did 0 4. My goodness. That's gonna take some getting used to, is counting starting from 0 in coding. But it makes sense. Range function. What will this code print? Remember numbers, it should print 0 1 2. Nice. It's a for loop that makes the turtle walk along the path. The loop works like this. Function move path or cell in path. Turtle move to cell. Check if there's a unit in that cell. Units. If cell in units. Selected units append cell. Pathfinding algorithm provided a path. To move, call its move to function. So robot.move to. Oh, wait. Okay, so that didn't work. That makes sense. For unit. Robot move to, I like that. Two. Makes sense. Only exists on the robot. Why would I need a for loop for this? Hold on, let me go back here and look at the practice. Not selected units, cells. For cell in path? Cell in path. So I should be using for cell in. Right, cell will give me that vector value. Or cell in robot underscore path. Still nothing? X, Y? It shouldn't be that, right? Vector 2, maybe? And it's not that. Use a move animation towards robot to move to. And I shouldn't have to say vector 2. Right. That wouldn't make any sense. Hmm. Function run. Our AI pathfinding algorithm provided a path for the robot to move to the right edge of the grid. Your task is to use a for loop to make the robot move. Need to check this one more time here. Move to cell. Because it's cell tells it to do two values. Okay, I need to include that. I'm gonna do a little bit of fishing here. Okay, cell is used to input X and Y value. So knowing that, I'm gonna try this one more time. Let's see what I get. A carp? Huh. Not bad. For cell in robot path. And I don't think I need this. I just need this. For cell in robot path. Robot dot move to cell. There we go. Okay. We want to draw many rectangles, something surprisingly common in games. However, writing this code by hand can get tedious. Instead, you could store the size of your shapes in arrays and use a loop to draw them back in batches. Rectangles do not overlap. Rectangles have the correct size. Okay. Draw rectangle length, jump X. So 4. For cell in okay. This would be size. Right? No. Let me check the hints first and see if that helps. Is it X, Y? Yeah, no. Hmm. All right, let's look at through our notes here. Oh, I need to append. Of course. Each coordinate in array, name selected units, we check if there is a unit in that cell. If so, we select it. I'm not selecting, I'm just doing the append function here. So that should be core cell in rectangle. Is it append? How do we use append? I'm gonna go back and look here. Yeah, I think I've got it right with for cell in. I think that part is right. In a condition, the in keyword allows you to check if a value exists in an array. Here, one sec. Let me check something.
Yui 6969696969 is now following.
Hey, thanks for the follow, UE6969696969. Appreciate it. Why is this so confusing to me? Draw a rectangle. It's cell dot x. Cell x, cell y. Yeah. I didn't think cell would be. What if I type cell everywhere? It's declared. It doesn't mean anything, but it's declared now. Hey, they don't overlap. They don't overlap. We're getting there. They do not overlap, so that's good. I actually want to check something here. See if I can. Make this a little bit more comfortable for me without messing with too much. Yeah, there we go. Now what happens if I go all the way down here? It's still fine. Okay. I don't know why I'm struggling in this. Let me see what the solution is. Size X, size Y. So this is wrong. That's just incorrect. For size? When did we learn about that? Hey, how's it going, Wolf Ware Dev? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the party. It's very exciting. You can watch me struggle to learn simple concepts in coding. Okay, so understanding that it's size X and size Y for these. Let me just confirm that this is right here. Feel free to fish if you like. So assuming I have a vector2 variable named size, it works. Is this just not well made? Or was I supposed to know that? Like, if I hit reset here, rectangles have the correct size. Just for clarity, it doesn't matter what the first bit of your loop is named. Generally, you see words that make contextual sense for our own readability. So because it says sizes, I'm supposed to assume that each of these are sizes, and that a variable exists somewhere that's called size. Is that right? So this should be for size in because I understood the concept, I just didn't understand the this is wrong. And this is wrong as well. I understood the concept and the general idea of what I was supposed to be writing here. It's just having to specify that is, and where I figure that information out is confusing to me. So the important part is the second half with points to the data you are looping. In this case, rectangle sizes. So would this not be right either? Okay, it's closer to correct. Now I want it to why did it not jump? So I could put for monkeys, and then if I put monkeys X and monkeys Y, jump at the end of each loop after I've drawn my rectangle. Right, so I should jump here, but it doesn't jump. So how do I specify it to jump at the end of each loop? Let's call it jump function. But that's good to know. It's good to know that that's a thing. So kind of clearing my mind a little bit from that. Let me go back and take a look at my notes here. Okay, append exists on arrays. Appends the new value at the end of an array. So I want to append both of those then. So that way it's just appending the value at the end of the array. And then I want to define whatever I have in here. Hold on. Where is it defining that though? Let's see. For size and rectangle. Oh. So this should be dot append. Nope. It's because I had to... So, wait, if I just wanted to do the X value, though... Because that did it. And I was essentially there. But if I just want to do the X value, how does it have it just doing the X value? Oh, inserting a manual value of 0 into the next one. Okay. So that way it's only calling X and then it's just saying 0 for it. Okay. So I'm going to copy all of this into here. And then I'm going to highlight these. So for blank in, okay. As long as this makes sense to me. Oh wait, no, it's for in, not if in. There we go. Okay, so a string is a value type which holds text to create a string. Write text wrapped in quotation marks. For example, this is a text string. The quotation marks differentiate strings from other value types and function names. Use strings before in previous lessons. All right, let's see. Yep. That's our boy. There he is. In this practice, we'll chain together animations using an array of strings. You might find such, such combinations in fighting games. Following animation names. Jab makes the robot perform a quick punch. Uppercut. Okay. So I need the combo to be jab, uppercut, jab, jab, uppercut is what it wants. So play animation combo. Oh, uses for loop. So I need to pull in for animation and combo. Okay, nice. There we go. That's making sense now. It's kind of just breaking that that barrier for me. It takes a sec. I haven't had to learn anything in quite a few years, so I'm getting back in the student mindset when I'm doing this stuff. I'm gonna be right back, and then I'm just gonna refill my water, and then I'll be right back. In the meantime, feel free to fish. You're welcome to type !fish. You can do it every 10 seconds, so you can spam stuff. I'm gonna start that rolling, and then for the time being, I'm just gonna insert a fun little thing here. Enjoy.
When danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With science and his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the nerdiest hero you'll ever see. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the nerdiest hero you'll ever see. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the hero nerds all need to meet, with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him lazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby! Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he something to say. Dr. Squibb is the name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw! Dr. Squibby?
All right, guys. We are back. I got a tuna sandwich made, and I got some water, and I'm gonna keep on learning. Function below does a calculation and returns the results. We can store it in a variable and use it right away. All right, let's try this. Cool. So cell specifically refers to a grid. Makes sense. Okay, so this is the append. An append holds on to it within a given value, I think. And there's pop front as well. So I can pop front. What it's saying is I can pop front from here and then append it to completed. So when it checks, it's popping front and then it's appending into completed. Cool. Tasty. Definitely tasty. So storing values, like storing items, is stacking that item into an array. I'm sure it's more complex than that, but is that what I'm reading here? Alright, Uranium Cat 9. What you got? Nice. That's a good marlin. Good catch. Alright, well... Nice. Nothing wrong with the carp. Nothing wrong with the carp. So using the arrays append and pop front functions. It's going pretty good. I'm going back through this and trying to really figure out some things I've been struggling with in GD script. How's life treating you, Uranium Cat? The waiting orders array will be filled over time. Your job is to move orders from the waiting list to the completed orders list using the array's append and pop front functions. Remember that the array's pop front functions returns the pop value, which allows you to store it in a variable and then pass it to another function. So I need Well, that's what I get for having a tuna sandwich. Can you not answer? You're welcome to. You're definitely welcome to. It won't bother me. I mean, learning more and more concepts isn't necessarily like not knowing the answer. That is a cat. You know it. As a cat that enjoyed my remaining tuna that I had from my tuna sandwich. Your job is to move orders from the waiting list to the completed orders. So storing things into the let's look at the example they did here. Okay, meal name. So this is how they store it into a variable, by putting meal name. And then down here, so waiting orders dot append meal name. Oh, you're working right now? What are you doing in here? So then if it stores it within meal name, it just creates it within the, and it's not persistent, I would guess. So yeah, let's break it down. So I feel like this, at least for me, it hasn't done a great job of explaining like what the items living within these parentheses do. You're on your break time? Hey, very nice. Hopefully you're having a good break. Is it lunchtime where you're at? Short break? Hey, no worries, no worries. Which is now over. Well, hey, thank you for stopping by. Good luck at work. Don't work yourself too hard. Work smarter, not harder. You know how it goes. Okay, so they're locally scoped to the function. Okay, let me think about this. So add order meal name, and then I should be looking for so meal name is it's kind of it's just a placeholder essentially for whatever value ends up going in here. And that value is called from doing this. Is that right? So what? Waiting orders dot append. Giving your function data to work with. Meal name goes into add order. Add order then says, okay, I need to go ahead and add whatever meal name is to the waiting orders array. Right. Okay. So this is creating that array, and append adds it to the waiting orders array. And this is just linking those. Okay. That makes sense. So I'll try this here then. Your job is to move orders from the waiting list. So complete current order, I should have it say wait, but that was one part of this code that I figured out. I need to look at the rest of it. So add order is essentially what I'm adding to it. Complete current order is the second half of all this. Add order cheese sandwich. Complete current order. First order equals waiting orders up front. So complete current order, first order. Okay, so this is creating the variable first order equals waiting orders pop front, completed orders append first order. And waiting orders pop front is the first item from here. First order is becoming the first item from that list or from that array, and then completed orders dot append first order is saying I want to add that first order onto here as a completed order. Okay. Let's try it. So I actually want to add a function here first. Function add order food. I'm just gonna call it food. Move orders from the waiting list to the completed orders just using the erase a pen and pop current functions. So this is going to be waiting orders append food. And this one should be actually, would this be waiting orders append food? I feel like I'm second guessing myself now. Okay, yeah, no, I had it right. It's grabbing from waiting orders. Yeah, okay. And then after I'm done with this, doing the test, I'm gonna play around with it a bit. I wrote that in the wrong spot. You can do that. Okay, so waiting orders append food. Complete current order. So we're adding this to the waiting orders array variable. And so I want to create another variable that is called food preparing food. I'll just call it preparing. Let's do that. And then I want preparing to be equals waiting orders.pop front, right? And then completed orders. Preparing's maybe a little misleading here. This should have that. And this should just be FUNC. add order already exists in this class? At line 31? Okay. So at a line I can't see add orders in there. More food. What? What in the world? Okay, let's see what the heck I did wrong. Huh. I feel like that should have worked. Weird. Let me try this again. Function add to order. And we'll call this order. Whoops. No, this should be add to order. Got to be close with this. Hmm. Let me check the let me check the game hints first and see. You first need to pop the value from the pending orders array. Oh. This should be pop front. No? Let me look at this. Waiting orders array will be filled over time. Your job is to move orders from the waiting list to the completed orders list using the array's append and pop front functions. Completed underscore orders append. Do I need to carry it over to this? No. Isn't declared in the current scope. Does that mean all this has to live within this function? Yeah, no. Oh. So I want to that makes sense because a function I was trying to use a function like I would a variable essentially, but I wanted to pull in waiting orders because I had stored the value in waiting orders. Okay. I'm curious what their solution looked like. Completed order. Finished food. Using functions as a variable comes soon. So that would just be variables, and then you go up here and you do this, right? Essentially, you're saying the variable equals that function. Is that nesting? Is that what they call that? Georgia's coming to say hi again. Here she is. Okay, let's try this next one. Healing heart, shield, gem, sword. Function. Okay, so now I need to do a while loop. Let's see. Crates are pulling up on the platform. Move them out of the way by popping them from the crates array. You need to remove them from top to bottom using the array's pop back function. Your code should remove all the crates in the array using a while loop. We're writing while crates. An empty array counts as false, and an array with items counts as true. Okay. Oh, I need to run crates pop back. Is this right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one's pretty straightforward. That one's easy. Okay, so this is as far as I got a few nights ago when I was doing this, and it was super late. And my brain was completely fried at this point because I had gone through 23 of these lessons. Today I just went back to the ones that were challenging. So I didn't do the like early fundamental ones. Okay, So here, you learned to loop over all the values in an array using the for keyword. For value in array, print value. Index 0 is the first item in the array because they're creating number values because they're items in the array. They're integers, I guess. Access the fourth element in the inventory array like so. Third item would be inventory 2. Accessing the last values with a negative indicing. Okay, moving on. What if you want to access the last or second before last item in the inventory? In this case, you can use negative indices. If you write -1 in brackets, you will get the last item in the array. You'll get the second to last if you write -2. Interesting, so it's arrays have negative values if you're going from the opposite end of it. How would you access the third to last item in an inventory array? -2. Wait, -3. Because they start at -1? It's because there's no negative. Makes sense. There's a catch with this syntax. If you try to access an index that does not exist, you will get an error. You have to be careful always to access existing elements in the array. There are a couple ways you can check for valid indices. One of them is checking the array's size. Checking the size of the array. Arrays come with a member function named size. You can call it on the array. Okay, dot size. Because it's a member function, I use a dot. Got it. So there's got to be on the forums. There's got to be like lists of member functions for included code. No, each library has lists of member functions. One sec, my cat is tearing something up. I'll be right back. Alright, apologies about that. Okay, let's get my headphones back on. Maximum index you can access an array is array size, array.size, -1. the last item in the array. Okay. In the following practices, you will use array indices to realign train tracks and grab the correct item in an inventory. All right. We'll give it a go. Pick items. So I want to pick 11. To find one sword and one shield in the array using their index. What? A sword and shield somewhere in their inventory. Is that not right? So I want to use 2 and 3. For example, if the first item in the inventory. I need to put inventory in there. And then this should live within brackets. Okay. That was silly. We have train tracks broken down into little chunks in our game. We use them to make modular tracks and draw circuits of all shapes and sizes. However, several chunks are misaligned. You need to find them in the tracks array and pass them to the align function. Pass them through the align function, or pass them to it. So -1, -2, -3, I would guess. Okay, so it's -4. And not -2. I need to access the array by index though. So I think it was wanting me to, I think I just kind of got lucky there. Potentially, because it was wanting me to print the value of it. Maybe not. Okay, we'll go back. We'll keep going. Creating dictionaries. Yeah, this is all new stuff here now. In the last lesson, we used an array to represent a player's inventory with just an array of item names, though we can't easily keep track of the amount of each item. Instead, we can bundle the item names and amounts into a single dictionary. Dictionary is used as a data structure that allows you to map pairs of values. In the pair, we call the first value a key, as we use it to access the second. A dictionary has a list of keys, and each key points to a value. To define a dictionary, we use curly brackets. Okay. Colon separates each key and its value. A comma separates each key and value pair. So, comma separates the key 1, value 1. So key 1 would be like sword, and then value would be the quantity of the sword, or like the sell value of the item or whatever if you're accessing that in a shop. We can use the name of an item as a key and the amount as a corresponding value. This makes dictionaries excellent for keeping track of a player's inventory. Okay. Variable inventory equals healing art 3. Yeah. Okay. So I'm understanding all of that. Name of a string to the amount a number, but a key could be a string, a number, or even a vector. Interesting. It could be weird. It could be a vector, okay. So we can have all of these different keys. Keep in mind that every key has to be unique. That means we couldn't have a dictionary like the following. We would get the following error. Duplicate key found in dictionary literal. Shield, healing heart, sword, healing heart. So it's just saying that two... Interesting, okay. In the above example, which key would cause an error? Healing heart. We access the values of keys by writing the dictionary name with the key in between square brackets. Access the value of keys by writing the dictionary name with the key in between square brackets. Dictionary name, so it would be healing heart, or inventory healing heart in the square brackets. So item count equals inventory gems in square brackets. Okay. We can change values. All right, that makes sense. Give the player the following items, adding the correct keys and values to the dictionary. Okay. Three healing heart. So I went healing heart. 3, comma, gems. 3, comma, sword. Gems 9. All right. And then sword. And I don't think I would put a comma there, right? Because it's already separated. Yeah. I'm curious, would it be an error if I were to put a comma there? Nope. Okay. So might as well put a comma after everything, so that way it's easier to add more. Just that much easier to add more. That was pretty easy. Okay, we want to change the item counts in the player's inventory whenever the player picks up or uses an item. We've started the add item function for you. The inventory dictionary should use the item name parameter as the key to access its values, and we should increase the parameter, increase the value by amount. To test this practice, we'll use your add item function to increase the item count of healing heart gems and sword. fascinating. Let me check some hints here. Access the value in the inventory by using inventory item name. Oh, okay. Healing heart, and then it was inventory healing heart plus my cat's going insane. It's very good. Okay. Inventory sword. Do I not want these? Yeah, no, I do want those. There's a space in the name. And I think I want to do it like this. And I want this to be like that. No? Oh, I'm accessing each of the items, so I want to plus equals 1 on each of these. Add function didn't work as intended. I don't think I need to do this. Alright, let's go back here and take a look at stuff. Oh, I use a colon? Wants me to use a colon for that? Okay. Let me try with just one of these items first then. So when it was going over specifically increasing the values of the items, I know it did that. Plus equals 1. Healing heart. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I feel like I was doing that. Maybe I had a typo and I didn't pay attention to it. So wait, because it made it this way, in the first part of the array, do I want to be... Add item, item name, amount. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the solution here. Inventory item name plus equals amount. Inventory item name. What? I thought it... Oh, increase value by amount. Why was I thinking I had to increase it by 1 that whole time? Increase value by amount. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's go back and try this second practice again. I got half credit. I want to get full credit. Okay, so this should be inventory. Dang it. Okay. You can loop over dictionaries, just like you learn loop over arrays. When you loop over a dictionary, you get its keys one by one. You can use each key to get its value. See how this works with 2 examples. To display the player's inventory, you need to know what contains the name and amount of each item. To do this, you loop over the dictionary and process each key value pair one at a time. You can get the list of all the keys in a dictionary by calling its keys function. So if I hit run, healing heart, gem, sword. Looking at the inventory. Okay, so they've got healing heart, gems, and sword in there. For item in inventory keys, print item name. For item name in inventory keys, print item name. So whatever's, so it's looking for this in the dictionary inventory.keys. So keys is a, what are those called? Keys is a function that's attached to the dictionary. Okay. Sure. is a dictionary thingy. These notes are all over the place. It should work. Remember the name after the for keyword is a variable name. You choose yourself. You can call it item name, item key, or anything else. This variable holds one key at a time. Now it tells me. Now it tells me. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Alright. So we can loop over the inventory keys to get their values and display that information on screen. For item name and inventory, count equals inventory item name. Instead of printing the key value in pairs, the output console we write and call a function that displays items on the screen. Hold on, I gotta check something. So I'm just making sure that if I didn't specify that it was a string, what it would do. Okay. Call on a function that displays items on the screen. Function run for item name and inventory. Here, I'm gonna fish really quick. This is very important. Crucial to the operation. Emperor Angelfish. I'll take it. I'll take it. New record. It's spelled dictionary, right, shall we? Okay. Equals inventory, item name. Item name account. Call function. Okay, so it's displaying the item. For item name and inventory. For in. This is how you typically code a board game, a grid-based RPG, or a tactical RPG. So far we use string keys, but GDScript dictionaries can use any type as a key. Vector 2 values to represent grid positions. The only rule is that every key in a dictionary must be unique. Yeah, and we knew that. So vector values are the keys, robot, turtle, robot. With a for loop, you can place all the units on the board when the game starts. Function run. For cell in units, variable unit equals units cell. Cell, and because it's in the brackets, it's calling from the key. And the cell is 1 0 2 2 3 0. Place unit, cell, unit. Okay. And that's all defined in the dictionary, how it's going to place it. Okay, let's see. These are item names, and the values are how many of each item the player has. Okay, so hold on, I need to go back and look at this. Loop over the end, yeah. and that's adding the string. Okay. These are item names, and the values are how many of each item the player has. Call the display item function for each item. It takes 2 arguments, the display name and the amount. I don't think this is going to work. Let's see. This should have one more. No. Maybe it is this? Let's see, let's go back here. Let's take a look at this one more time. I'm gonna have to go back through these a second time, I'm sure. I have a name. I have to add the variable to add the item count, inventory, item name. Okay, item count equals inventory item name, and this is saying, and I need this to be a variable because it's saying it's pulling inventory item name, and inventory item name is using the key to grab this value. But I'm already defining item name as being the, hold on. Yeah. So then I want to use item name plus string or item name in inventory. I did not call them correctly, I guess, but I would have. Yeah. Okay, that was right. This is right. Or item name in inventory. And is it an inventory.key? I don't think it's .key. keys. Let's take a look one last time. For item name and inventory, variable item count equals inventory item name. Print. Print. I gotta print it. Oh no, display item should be doing it. Call the display item function for each. Okay, let me look at these. Yeah. With the item name is the loop variable you created after the keyword, or you created for keyword. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I had it as inventory item name. I think I had it as the function again. Come on. I made the exact same mistake last time. That's crazy. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, that's it. Maybe it just wants this. me check this. Let me check something here. Yeah, this should be accurate. Right? So I'm not using that, I'm using this. And instead of print, grabbing the item count. Oh, it's because... Dang, that was close. Display item gets rid of the string. Instead of printing the key value pairs to the output console, we can write a call and call a function that displays items on screen. Okay, so it's just item name, item count. That's what I'm doing. Me not understanding the assignment. All right. One more time. Let's get this done. Not with that. For item name and inventory variable. Plus inventory. first stroke of luck. You hate to see it. You really do. Alright, here we go. We have a dictionary named units. It maps cell positions in the grid to the type of unit at that position. Use a for loop to place every unit on the game board. Call the place unit. Use a for loop to place every unit on the game board. For each unit, it takes 2 arguments. First the cell position, then the unit type. Okay, so I need dictionary keys are cell coordinates. You can use them to access the unit type from the units dictionary. The code uses a for loop, so, but none of the units are being displayed. I need to display the unit type should be a Oh, so dot keys is, I don't know why I wrote that down. So I could just do cell. Okay. And then units is what I'd call there. Let's go here. Yeah, units and then Alright. We're coding. Got two more lessons. Value type. In your code, values have particular type. Have a particular type. You have already learned about several whole numbers, decimal numbers, strings, 2D vectors, arrays, and dictionaries. The computer uses the type of a value to know which operations and functions you can use with them. As a result, it's essential to understand types. They are not fully compatible with one another, and misusing them will cause errors. You want to display the player's health in the interface. Your code tracks health as a whole number, a value of type integer, short for integer. Yeah. However, to display it on the player's screen, the computer wants text. It needs a value of type string. You can concentrate two strings with the operator. With the plus operator, yeah. So the following code looks like it could work at first glance, but you have to make that a string. Okay, yeah. Converting strings into numbers. You can also convert strings into whole numbers or decimal numbers using respectively the integer and float functions. Those float functions can convert what the player writes in a text field into a number. For example, the number of potions to sell once in a shop. Okay. Variable player input equals 10 as a whole number integer player input. Cool. Some types are partially compatible. Most types are incompatible. For example, you can't directly add or multiply an array with a number. However, some types are partially compatible. For example, you can multiply or divide a vector by a number. 10, 10. Cool. Very cool. However, you cannot directly add or subtract a number to a vector. You'll get an error. That's why in earlier lessons you had to access the subvariables of position to add numbers to them. Take the following division, 3, 2. What result would you expect to get? 1.5? Ba ba ba. That's because for the computer, the division of the two whole numbers should always result in a whole number. When you divide decimal numbers instead, you will get a decimal number as a result. Fascinating. Okay. Even if it's just a 0, adding a decimal place tells the computer we want decimal numbers. This shows you how mindful you need to be with types. Otherwise, you will get unexpected results. It can get pretty serious. Number errors can lead to bugs like controls not working as intended or charging the wrong price to players. Understanding and mastering types is a key skill for developers programming. Beginners often struggle due to the lack of understanding of types. Languages like GDScript hide these types from you by default. As a result, if you don't understand that some are incompatible, you can get stuck when facing type-related errors. You'll want to keep that in mind in your learning journey. In writing code, you will need to understand everything that's happening. That said, let's practice some type conversions, displaying the player's health and energy. Beautiful. We're going to display the player's health and energy, in the user interface. Currently, our code has a type error. We're trying to display a whole number while the display _energy functions expects a string. Use the string function to clear. Okay. You can't change the energy variable definition to 80. It would break the rest of the game's code. You must convert the value when calling display energy. This doesn't do it, right? Oh, it does. Okay. Simple. In our game shops, we want to let the player type numbers to select the number of items they want to buy or sell. We need to know number of items as an integer, but the computer reads the player's input as a string. Your task is to convert the player's input into numbers for shop's code to work. Using the integer function, convert the player's input to a whole number and store the result in the item count variable. Okay. Variable item count. Yeah. So this needs to be item count is an integer. Item count matches the player input. So I'm converting I want to convert the I selected item player input equals get player input. What is the get player input thing? I think I'm supposed to assume that that exists somewhere else. Let's go back here, take a look. So, what is it telling me to do? Converting strings into numbers. Okay, yeah, you can also convert strings into whole numbers or decimal numbers using respectively the integer and float functions. Those functions can convert what the player writes in a text field into a number. For example, the number of potions to sell at a shop. 10 as a whole number. 8. So I typed this exact thing into the second line. Right, I typed this. And item count does not match player input. Fascinating. Let's say 26 is what they say. So by selected item, player input equals what if I just did this? Nope. What's it saying? Item count equals integer player input. So, but then why would item count equal 0 still? Interesting, okay. This one I'm lost on. Let me check something here. I'm gonna get some other explanations as to why this is correct. And I'll fish while I'm at it. I'll take a scooter. I could use one of those. There we go. Alright. Computers are literal. When a player types a number into a box, taking that screenshot, the computer always receives a string text. You type 5. The solution, the integer translator. I'll ask you to fix this so the shop can actually count the items. Player input equals get player input. This grabs the text. Currently player input is 5 text. Yeah, so like, I don't think it taught us how this is supposed to work. So that's where I was getting tripped up with all this. That's so crazy. I'm just gonna have to make those assumptions throughout these. By default, GDScript is what we call a dynamically typed language. It means you can just write variables, assign them a value with a number, and assign them another value with a different type. Let's take one example: cell size, decimal number, or 2D vector. Game uses grids all the time, be it for grid-based gameplay or to make algorithms faster. I think this is the last one. Yeah. This is exciting, everyone. I'm still not going to be able to code a game after this, but I'll do a different type of tutorial, which is like it gives you assets and things like that and teaches you more like how Godot works, which is kind of cool. That's the end goal, is to make a game. It is sick to be learning stuff. You know it is. As painful as it might be to watch for some, it's sick to be learning stuff. Cell size, decimal number, or 2D vector. Games use grids all the time, but for grid-based gameplay or to make algorithms faster. Are you Lucky? Are you able to learn a little bit with all this, or have you been multitasking and just hanging around? You been lurking playing Terraria? Oh, nice. You should go live. Just a thought. I'd hop into Discord. I'd do it. You think I wouldn't? No? Not gonna go live? Why won't you go live? Insane. Won't even hop into Discord either. Come on. Okay, you'll likely pick one of two types for that. Hold on, let's go back. Cell size, decimal number, or 2D vector. Games use grids all the time, be it for grid-based gameplay or to make algorithms faster. When working with grids, you need to convert grid coordinates into positions in the game world all the time. To do so, you give each cell a size in pixels. You'll likely pick one of two types. For that, float or vector 2, because pixel positions on screen use vector 2 coordinates. Oh, my goodness. Either of those two values would be fine. I feel like float would just be easier, no? But I guess it's a little bit less versatile because it works in squares and not rectangles. But This is interesting. Using a vector 2 could simplify some calculations, for example, when converting grid coordinates to game world coordinates. Oh, okay. Return cell size. /2. In this example, because both cell and cell size are vector 2 values, we can add them. However, if cell size is a float, we will get a type error. Variable cell size equals 50. Functions grid world cell. Return cell by cell size times cell size plus cell size divided by 2. Invalid operands for operand. Worse, due to dynamic typing, we won't get an error right away. We will only get the error when calling grid to world. Vector 2, 1 of 1. And that's a big problem. True? True. They've got a point there. Because we're learning, we only have small code examples in this course, but your game's code will get long and split into many files. When coding, you often forget about the code you wrote several weeks ago, and with a lot of code, it could take hours of play before players trigger any type of a type error in your code. Fortunately, GDScript has optional type hints. Type hints let the computer know the value type. You want for variables and report errors before running the code. To specify the type, oh. I need to get my, hold on. I need to get StreamerBot to tell people to go over to Twitch. Over to Twitch chat, because I can't see them. I just missed somebody. That's too bad. They went in there an hour ago. Let's see. Cell size, I'll need to accept vector 2 values like so. Letting the computer figure it out. GDScript comes with a feature called type inference in many cases, but not all. The computer can figure out the type of a variable for you. To do so, you write without the type. The computer will set the type using the value after the equal sign. We could make cell underscore size a variable of type vector 2 like so. Why bother to add hints? Oh, this takes a little bit of typing, yet you get the benefit of using type hints, like the computer reporting errors better and faster. Why bother to add hints when you give the language hints like that? It will prevent major type errors. When you work in Godot, you will see that the computer can report issues as you write the code. It makes the benefit even greater. Type hints can also improve the readability of your code. It can help to put more information directly in the code. As we saw, types are essential when coding. And when using type hints, the computer will add them to the engine's built-in code documentation system. There's an incredible third benefit for you by using type hints. You will learn types much faster. It's excellent for learning. In the following practices, you will write the correct type hints to make code error-free. Let me check something here. Good old note-taking. Here we go. Unlike in some other languages in GDScript, the following code is valid. Cell size, decimal number, or 2D vector. Games use grids all the time, be it for grid-based gameplay or to make algorithms faster. When working with grids, you need to convert grid coordinates into positions in the game world all the time. To do so, you give each cell a size in pixels. You'll likely pick one of two types. Two types for that, float or vector 2, because pixel positions on the screen use vector 2 coordinates. Let me check something here. Okay, so float is just a single number variable. Each square is 32 pixels big. Let's see. We need either of those values would be fine. if cell size is a float, we will get a type error. So let's look at this code that it's talking about. Grid to world cell, return cell times cell size plus cell size divided by 2. That's with vector 2 being that. Okay, so I'm guessing it's gonna take me through type hints for the most part. So I'm gonna lock in on this here. So cell size, yeah, it's the colon equals. Let's see. Using your type foo, add the correct type names in the variable definitions. Type names in the variable definitions. So this should be and this one should be decimal. Wait, what? String vector 2 integer string. Is this integer? Decimal number has correct hint. There we go. Fix the values to match the type hints. So I'm gonna do this just to make this easier. We're gonna go. Okay, we're gonna go over here. I need a vector 2. It's gonna be this. X, V. Yeah, I'll paste it. String is gonna be. Oh, that was silly. That didn't save me much time. Alright, we'll just do these. Yo, dog. Be done. You made it! Not only did you learn the foundations of coding, you're a big step closer to making your own games. Don't stop here. The fun starts now. There are 2 pathways learners traditionally take from here. Following video tutorials, they're a great way to pick up specific game mechanics, but they're not as effective when you're trying to learn new skills from the ground up. There's no clear learning path. Retention and skill acquisition is slow and limited. We make our fair share of free tutorials. It will come in very handy once you start making games on your own, but to get started, we really recommend you learn how to think like a game developer using courses. Learning with courses. Note that most available courses online are actually premium series of video tutorials. The problem of retaining information and acquiring real skills unfortunately still applies to them. At GD Quest, we're educators at heart. We believe in applied study, and we believe it doesn't have to be boring when teaching is done correctly. Most people highly enjoy the sensation of leveling up. That's the reason we made this app. It is, in fact, part of our beginner course. Learn game dev from zero with Godot. That's right. It's probably what, like $70? 200. All right. Not doing that today. I'll come back to this. I'll definitely come back to this. How's it going, Elemental? Master Programmer Elemental. I am Padawan to the max, ultra noob programmer. That's me. I'm technically Adobe Flash certified. So don't you forget it. So I did work in kind of like 12 years ago. I did learn JavaScript back in, yeah. I'm using Godot, yeah. You know it. In fact, I think I've got, yeah. Here it is. Good old Godot. Godot script is a bad language. What do you mean? It's like a combination of like Python and C#. It's not bad. I'm okay with a Frankenstein one. I'm good with that. I think it's totally fine if I like completely fail at this. It's more of a hobby than necessarily trying to like acquire new skills, you know? Feel free to fish, by the way. Thinking about doing Godot with C# because you can target .NET. Ooh. Little smoked trout. Nothing wrong with that. All right, well, really quick, I'm gonna close out of this project. And I want to go to documentation, and let's go here. Your first 2D game. Prerequisites. Let's get the prereqs first. You'll learn how to go. Yeah, blah 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 blah. I start with 2D. Okay, so I think I want to go through this first, and then I'll go to 2D. So I'll trust the docs. In the docs we trust, right? The series builds upon Introduction to Godot, and we'll get you started with the editor and the engine. You'll learn more about nodes and scenes. Code your first classes with GDScript. Use signals to make nodes communicate with one another, and more. Nice. Alright, let's go halfsies here. Godot, you get this half. Let's check out the key concepts really quick. Oh, I did learn to code. Now I'm on this anyway. Okay. We'll go with this. Every game engine revolves around abstractions you use to build your own applications. In Godot, a game is a tree of nodes that you group together into scenes. You can then wire these nodes so they can communicate using signals. These are the 4 concepts you will learn here. We're going to look at them briefly to give you a sense of how the engine works. Actually, you know what? Before we jump back into something else, I can tell I'm a little bit fried, so let's do something that'll ease the brain. Let's play some chess. Requires minimal brain power. What in the world is that move? What is going on? Probably gonna go there to block? No, it goes there? What is happening? This is a weird game. I'm gonna go here. And I have this, but he's got that. I can't give up my queen, right? I can, however, do this. Probably actually should have gone... No, this is a fine move. That was okay. Okay. Let's go here. Kick the knight. Force him to take. And then I've got big center. Alright. I'll take the rook. I shouldn't have taken the rook. Like I said, no brain power. Sure, how do we want to throw this game? Go here. Nice. Exactly what we want. Go there. Hit the queen. Hell yeah. A little bit of castling. Never hurt anyone. He's gonna take there. As he should, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna go here. And then I don't have a way to trap his queen, so that's exciting. I could go here though. I will go there. He wants to get his queen out. I think I can actually... Yeah. I knew he wanted to get his queen out. So I will go here. This queen's got to move way back. is this guy doing? Okay, I win a bishop. Well, no, I don't, because he's attacking my rook. Although I'd be attacking his rook. Alright, I'll go here. You bring the knight back. Or just take the free bishop with the knight. Ooh, not gonna take the free bishop. Okay. Alright. Well, I can do this. Maybe I can just flag him. We'll see. Okay, let's go here. And then I can go there. I just gotta play fast. That's a safe square right now. That looks tempting for him, but then I have this. I'll go there. That was not the move for me to make, I suppose, in hindsight. Okay, let's just hopefully not flag. Alright, I'll take his queen. Okay, I'll go here. Just keep these on light squares. Have a fork. Okay, I'll take the rook. Can't believe he's throwing. Let's go here. X-ray. X-ray. Does it work? Let's go there. Should have gone here. Or I should have gone there so I could go there. I shouldn't have won that, but that's what 400. That's where I'm at. Brutal. That's what 400 ELO chess looks like, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen. We'll go here. We'll play a London attempt. Okay. Take the pawn. Go there. Go here. Beautiful. Block with the pawn. Actually, I'll block with the Oh, because he's winning a rook from that, I guess. Even though I don't think he is, because I can block with the queen. And if he takes there, then I just go here, right? And now if he takes my rook, it's GG's. Oh. Oh. Why would he do that? Offer a draw. You hate to see it. Imagine. No way. 400 elo chess, everyone. Do it. All right. 400 elo chess, everyone. That's crazy. I'm just taking a quick break, by the way, if you are just tuning in. Oh yeah, I forgot my I forgot to say my mouse is like broken, so it double clicks every now and then, which is awful for playing chess online. We'll go here. This looks like a similar game. Go there, hit the knight, the bishop. Go here. I'm going to be losing this pawn, I'm sure. And then he's going to have control of the center. Which is probably why it's frowned upon to do that. Also this. But I'll go here now. And then castle. If he goes there, I take. If he goes anywhere, I take. Okay. Let's castle. And then go here. All right. Yeah, there's that double click. And it's not a driver thing either. I thought it could have been, but it was not. Which is very strange. Okay, I'll do that. And push here. Don't go there. Please. That would foil all of my plans. I'm sure they will. You gotta continue the attack. Yep. I'll do this. Okay. I'll do this. I really want to get rid of that bishop. The bishop's annoying. So I'll go here. Okay. I'll take back with the queen. And he's gonna take my rook just because that's... Or she's gonna take my rook. Because that's what we do at this level. See piece, take piece. Ooga booga, as they say. I'll go here now. Okay. I'll take that trade 10 times out of 10. He's gonna go there. Actually, it's not even a trade because if takes, just takes. Okay. That's fine. It's actually perfectly fine. He's gonna push, and then I'll go here. No, he's not. Okay. Oh, it's crazy. I think, yeah, there you go. There you go, buddy. I have this now, which seems good. So what's he gonna do now? This covers the back. He could take that. Oh, I did hang that pawn. But now I have this. No, I don't. I could hang my queen. It's not the worst move. I've seen better. Okay, well. Let's go here with the idea of going here. Please, please do it. Okay. Now let's go here. Take both the pawns, go ahead. All right. That's annoying, actually. Sure. I'll go there. And then come back. Okay. I'll defend my pawn. You can have that. I'll take this. And now I think I win. As long as I'm not dumb. Like, I'll take the queen. And now I definitely win. Okay. Alright. Well, that was fun. Oh, I should change my stream title. There we go. Right. I think that's actually going to do it for me for the day. Appreciate everyone for sticking around, having a good time. I'm getting sleepy. Adios, Stanislaus.